All right, welcome to Wildcat Varsity Bowling. It's postseason time, guys. We're coming today from River City Bowlaway with today's boys Division II sectional for the Ohio High School Athletic Association. Michael Gallagher from Napoleon starts out with a strike on lane 3. Just a quick rundown. We've got Napoleon on lane 3, Liberty Center on lane 4, Bryan on lane 5, Patrick Henry on lane 6. Down further, we've got lanes 11 for Swanton, lane 12 for Tinora, lane 13 for Delta, lane 14 for Lincoln View. We've got Owen Philpott now up for Napoleon. And he gets a strike. So back-to-back strikes for Napoleon. Continuing on, we got Wasion on lane 19, Van Wert on lane 20, Ottawa-Glandorf on lane 21, and Evergreen on lane 22. For those that don't normally join us, we're going to stay focused on the Napoleon teams. So we'll be down here on the low end of the house, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. If the team you're trying to watch is up higher, you probably won't get any video of them, but I will give updates from time to time. Riley Ehlers starts out with 9, leaves a 10 pin. Today's contest will be consisting of 3 individual games, followed by 6 Baker games, total pins. Top 3 teams will advance on to the Division II district. Liberty Center with their spare attempt now picks up 1 out of 3. Riley now with his spare attempt. I think that one might have come out of the gutter. It looks like there'll be a scoring correction. If you guys can hear me, please give me a thumbs up in the comments. Next up, we've got Ashton Kiesling for Napoleon on lane 3. Nice ball from Ashton there, a strike for him. Liberty Center picks up 9 on lane 4, leaving the 5 pin. Jacob Hall up now for Napoleon. And he gets 9, leaves the 7 pin standing. Liberty Center now with their spare attempt. Picks it up. And Jacob now with his spare attempt. And he converts to 7. Nicely done. And Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 4. That'll bring up Liberty Center's last bowler for the first frame on the right lane. And that one comes in just a little bit light, ends up getting 6, leaves the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, and 8. Liberty Center's leadoff bowler now on lane number 3. That one comes in way light, ends up getting 5. And Liberty Center picks up their spare on lane number 4. Liberty Center, spare attempt on lane number 3, picks that up. Nicely done. Again, if I can just get somebody in the chat to let me know they can hear me. Michael Gallagher with another strike, back-to-back strikes for Michael. And 9 for Liberty Center, leaving a 10-pin standing. That'll bring up Owen Philpott now. Owen with a strike in the last frame. And he'll double up. Nice shot. Liberty picks up their spare over on lane number 3, left lane. Thank you for the confirmation that you guys can hear me. Riley now with a big strike on the right lane. And Liberty Center leaves a 4-pin on the left lane, lane number 3. Ashton now up, lane number 4. And he'll get 8, ends up leaving the 4-8. Liberty with the spare attempt, picks it up. Ashton now with his spare attempt. He's got it. Liberty Center, left lane. Nice ball for a strike there. Jacob now, right lane for Napoleon. And another strike for Jacob. I'm sorry, first strike for Jacob. So a solid second frame for Napoleon. 4 strikes and a spare. Liberty Center with another strike there on the right or on the left lane. Michael now, left lane. And another strike for Michael. Off to a solid start. Owen now up, left lane. And he will get 9. Thought maybe the roller would take out the 4, but it didn't quite get there. Liberty gets 9, also leaving a 4-pin. Patrick Henry with a strike over on lane number 5. And Owen picks up his spare. And Liberty gives it a nudge, gets it to fall over. Riley up now. Another nice ball from Riley. There's 2 strikes in a row for him. Liberty with a solid ball for a strike on the right lane. Brings up Ashton again. Nice ball from Ashton. Strike for him. Patrick Henry picks up their spare on the lane number 5. Patrick Henry's 5th bowler, lane number 5 with a strike. Nice ball. Liberty up now, lane number 4. And leaving a 4-pin. Jacob up now, lane number 3. And a solid 10-pin left for Jacob. Liberty now, spare attempt. Picks it up. Patrick Henry picks up their spare on lane number 6. Jacob picks up his spare down on lane number 3. Bryan with a 10-pin conversion, getting ready to shoot that. And that one will come out of the gutter. And 9, leaving a 4-pin on lane number 4 for Liberty Center. Liberty Center, spare attempt. Got it. And Patrick Henry picks up 3-6-10 down on lane number 6. And Liberty Center gets them all to drop on lane number 3 for a strike. Bryan with a strike on lane number 5. Nice ball from Liberty Center on lane number 4 for a strike. And Liberty Center with another strike on lane number 3. Bryan with a strike on lane number 5. That brings Michael back up, lane number 4 for Napoleon. Oh, and a solid 10-pin. Bryan goes through the nose and ends up splitting, leaving the 4, 6, 7, 9. Michael now, spare attempt, lane number 4. And he picks it up. And 9 count for Liberty Center, leaving the 9-pin. Bryan picks up 2 out of the 4 on lane number 5. Got Owen Philpott up again for Napoleon, lane number 4. Swings that one out a little wide, ends up splitting, leaves the 2, 8, and 10. Patrick Henry with a nice ball on lane 6, picks up the strike. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Unfortunately, there's not a high conversion rate on this 2, 8, and 10. You've just got no angle at the 10. You've got to hit the 2, 8 either dead flush or come in at a high angle from the side. And there's just, unless you get the lucky bounce, you just won't get the 10-pin here. So he'll be content with 2 here. And he picks up 1 out of the 3. Liberty Center gets 9, leaving a 10 pin. Patrick Henry coming in a little heavy, ends up leaving the 6-10. Spare attempt from Liberty Center down on lane number 3. Picks that one up. Riley's up now, right lane. He's got 2 strikes working for him in the 3rd and 4th frames. Add 1 more, that's 3 in a row now. I'm sorry, that's in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th frames. Patrick Henry with a nice spare conversion there on lane number 5. Liberty with a nice strike there, lane number 3. Bryan ends up splitting again, ends up leaving the 210. Patrick Henry gets the strike on lane number 5. Ashton's ready now, lane number 4 for Napoleon. And a strike for him. It's 2 in a row for him, a double. Bryan picks up 1 out of 2 on their split attempt on lane number 6. Michael now, and a strike to start out the 5th frame. That's 4 strikes in 5 frames for Michael. Oh, Jacob comes up a little high on that one, ends up splitting, leaving the 4, 6, and 7. Owen up lane number 3. Also goes a little bit high, ends up leaving the 3, 6, 10. If I had to guess, I would say Jacob would probably pick up the 2 here, the 4 and the 7. Nope, he picks up 1. Owen now, spare attempt. And he chops, gets 1 out of 2, 1 out of 3. There's another strike for Patrick Henry down on lane number 5. Liberty Center comes in light on lane number 4, misses the head pin, ends up leaving the 1-2. Bryan gets 9, leaves a 4 pin. Riley with another strike, now 4 in a row for him. Liberty Center, spare attempt. Oh, he chops. Ends up picking up the head pin. So that'll be 9 for the frame for him. Bryan coming in light, leaves the 1, 2, 4, 10 washout. And a nice ball for a strike from Liberty Center on lane number 4. Jacob now, lane number 3. Gets 9. Couldn't get that pin to slide any further to take out the 10 pin. Bryan picks up 3 out of the 4 on lane number 5. But Jacob picks up his spare. Bryan with the 2, 8, 10 picks up 2 out of 3 on lane number 6. And a strike for Liberty Center. It's a little late pin action. Liberty Center goes high on lane number 4, ends up leaving a 6-pin. Liberty Center, left lane, picks up the strike. Bryan with their spare attempt, misses outside, ends up leaving the 1-2-8, picks up 7 for the frame. Liberty picks up their spare on lane number 4, converting the 6-pin. Bryan ends up coming in light again, leaving the 1-2-4-10 washout. Liberty Center's 5th bowler with 3 strikes in a row, strikes in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And he'll add another strike, that's 4 in a row now. Liberty Center on the left lane with 3 strikes in a row, makes it 4 in a row now. Bryan, spare attempt here. He's got to get to the left side of the head pin. Nice pickup from Bryan there on lane number 5. Michael with another strike. Started out with 3 strikes in a row, then a spare. Now he's got a double working. Patrick Henry gets 8 on lane number 6, ends up leaving the 3-6. Bryan ended up leaving the 2-4-5, picking up 7 on his first ball. Another strike from Liberty Center on lane number 3. That's 2 in a row now for him. Owen ends up crossing the head pin, but carries and picks up the Brooklyn strike. Back on track after a couple of open frames for Owen. Liberty Center with a strike, lane number 3. Patrick Henry picked up their spare on lane 6. Bryan picks up their spare on lane 5. Brings up Riley now for Napoleon, lane number 4. That one goes high and ends up splitting, leaving the 6-7-10. Again, splits don't have a high make percentage, but this one does favor the right-hander a little bit. If you can get the ball to the just to the right of the 6-pin and slide that back into the 7. Patrick Henry with a strike over on lane number 6. And a strike for Bryan on lane number 5. Liberty Center leaves a 4-pin down on lane number 3. Riley now, spare attempt here, lane number 4. And he picks up 2 out of the 3. Couldn't get quite far enough right. And a strike for Patrick Henry on lane number 6. Liberty Center picks up the spare, lane number 3. Patrick Henry gets 9, leaving a 7-pin on lane number 5. Ashton up for Napoleon now, lane 4. And a solid 10-pin left. Patrick Henry completes their spare. And Ashton picks up his. Gonna bring up Jacob now in lane 4. Michael first, starting the 7th frame on the left lane, lane number 3. And he gets them all to drop for a strike. Jacob now, lane number 4. And there go all 10 pins for a strike for Jacob. Owen with a strike in the last frame. Gets ready on the left lane, lane number 3. Oh, and he ends up splitting, leaving the 7-10. Bryan picks up their strike on lane number 6. Liberty Center ends up splitting, leaving the 5-10. Patrick Henry with a nice ball for a strike on lane number 5. Bryan comes in light, ends up splitting, leaving the 1, 2, 8, and 10. It's a little easier than the 2, 8, 10, I think. Not by much, though. Liberty Center picks up 1 out of 2 on lane number 4. Riley up now, lane number 3 for Napoleon. And a strike for Riley. Bryan's spare attempt picks up 3 out of the 4. Liberty Center picks up 1 out of 2. Patrick Henry faced with a 3, 6, 10 on lane number 5. Ashton ends up splitting, leaving the 4, 6, and 7. Patrick Henry picks up 3, 6, 10. Nicely done. Liberty Center picks up their spare, the 10 pin on lane number 4. Bryan, another split for them, leaving the, looks like the 4-10. Ashton will try to get at least 2 here. And that's what he does. Patrick Henry with 7 on lane number 5, leaving the 1, 2, and 9. Bryan will pick up 1 out of 2 on lane number 6. Nice pickup there from Patrick Henry on lane number 5, picking up the 1, 2, 9. Jacob up now, lane number 3. And he picks up 9, leaves the 10 pin. And a strike for Bryan, lane number 6. The teams have to remember it's really important that today is a marathon and not a sprint. So it's all about, taking one shot at a time, focusing on each ball, making the best shot that you can. Sometimes you'll strike, but if you don't, you need to leave, at least an easy spare conversion. Those open frames will kill your score faster than anything. And Liberty Center picks up the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, 8 on lane number 4. But that also means that if you do get an open frame, it's not the end of the world. There's plenty of bowling left. You just need to keep your head in the game and focus and make good shots. Bryan picking up 1 on the 2 out of 2 on the 2, 8 on lane number 5. Liberty Center goes high on lane 4, but it carries for the strike. Strike also for Patrick Henry over on the right, or on lane number 6. Bryan hits high and ends up splitting, leaving the 4, 6, 7. Liberty Center now, lane number 3. Gets 9, can't get the pin to come out of the gutter to take out the 10. Patrick Henry leaving another 2-8 on lane number 6. Strike from Liberty Center on lane number 4. And Bryan picking up 2 out of the 3 on lane number 5. Liberty Center missing their 10 pin. Patrick Henry picking up. It looks like he picked up the spare. I thought it chopped, but it looks like he picked up the spare. Michael with another strike. Now 4 in a row for Michael. Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 3. Owen up now, lane number 4. And a 10 pin left. Patrick Henry gets 8, leaving the 4-7. Bryan misses their 6-10 spare. Owen now, spare attempt. And he gets that one started too far outside. Ends up with 9 for the frame. Liberty Center, lane number 3. Gets the late kick for the strike. Patrick Henry misses their spare attempt, ends up with 8 for the frame. Bryan ends up with a 1-5-7-9 left. There's a strike for Riley on lane number 4. Nice ball from Riley. He's got 2 in a row now. And Liberty Center with a strike on lane 3. Ashton up now for Napoleon, lane 4. Nice ball from Ashton for a strike. And Bryan will pick up 2 out of the 4. Liberty Center, lane number 3. That's 10 for him for a strike. And another pickup of a spare for Patrick Henry down on lane number 6. And Jacob drops them all for a strike on lane number 4. Bryan gets 9, leaving a 10 pin. Michael up. Michael with another strike ball. That'll be a strike in the 9th and 5 in a row for Michael now. Michael is struck in 8 out of the 9 frames. He's got a good game going. Owen up now, lane number 3. And he picks up 8, ends up leaving, looks like the 2-5. Liberty Center with a 3-9 left. Make a spare attempt here. And he's got it. Owen now, spare attempt for Napoleon. And he'll chop, picks up the back pin. Patrick Henry goes high on lane number 5, ends up leaving the 3-6-10. Liberty Center gets them all to fall on lane number 4 for the strike. Riley up now for Napoleon. And Riley mixes them up, gets them all to drop for a strike. Ashton now his 9th frame, lane number 3. And he gets 9. 10-pin is frustrating everybody today. Ten-pin left for Patrick Henry on lane number 5. And Ashton picks up his spare. And Patrick Henry picks up theirs. Bryan had 6 on their first ball with a spare attempt on lane 6. Nice ball, picks that up. Liberty Center now, lane number 4. He's got a strike in the 8th frame. Can't get the 10-pin to drop. Jacob now, lane 3. Nice ball there from Jacob for a strike. That's 2 in a row now for him. Strikes in the 8th and the 9th frame. Patrick Henry starts that one out a little bit wide, ends up getting 7, leaving the 2, 5, and 7. Liberty Center picking up their spare. Bryan with 6 on their first ball, leaving the 1, 3, 5, and 6. And a strike for Liberty Center on the left lane, lane number 3. Liberty Center now, lane number 4. Gets all of them to drop for a strike. Nice spare attempt from Bryan there on lane number 6. Picks it up. Oh no, I thought he picked it up. Guess he didn't. No, he did. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong scoreboard. And Patrick Henry leaving a 4-pin on lane number 5. Bryan coming in light, but it gets the carry. It gets them all to drop for a strike. Looked like he missed the head pin, but he got a pin to fall forward on him. Took out the head pin at the last minute. Liberty Center picks up their spare in lane number 3. Liberty Center with a spare attempt on lane number 4 here. But first, Patrick Henry picks up their spare. And a successful spare from Liberty Center on lane 4. Brings up Michael to start the 10th frame here, first game. Patrick Henry gets 9, leaving a 10-pin. Michael comes in a little bit light, ends up leaving a form of the washout, 210. Liberty Center picks up a strike on lane number 3. This one will be a little tester for Michael. Got to get the head or the ball to the left side of the 2-pin and drive it back into the 10. And he hits it 2 flush. But still he finishes with a nice game of 245. Liberty Center misses the head pin, ends up leaving the 1, 2, 4 on lane 3. Bryan with a strike on lane number 5. Riley up now, lane number 4. Liberty Center picks up 1 more on their spare attempt. Bryan with a strike in the ninth on lane number 5. Riley now, spare attempt. Oh, and it chops. He gets 2 out of the 3 and finishes, I'm sorry, that was Mason in for Owen, and they'll finish with a 137 combined. Liberty Center with a strike in the 10th frame, lane number 3. Now we've got Riley. Riley gets 9, leaves the 10-pin standing. Patrick Henry picks up 7, leaves the 1-2-4. Bryan taking aim at a 9-pin here for a spare. He's got it. So a spare in the 9th for Bryan. Liberty Center gets 9, can't get the 7 to go down. Riley picks up his spare. He'll get 1 more in the 10th. Bryan with a strike on lane number 5. That's in the 9th frame. Liberty Center's final ball, 10th frame. For the 3rd bowler, picks up his spare, finishes with a 203. Liberty Center's first bowler with a 151. Second bowler with a 232. Nice game from him. Patrick Henry with a strike down on lane number 6. Liberty Center with a strike to start out the 10th frame. That's 5 in a row now for him. Bryan with a strike in the 9th on lane number 5. Ashton up, lane 4. That one comes up just a touch high, ends up getting 9, leaves the 4-pin. Patrick Henry getting 9, leaves a 10-pin. Strike for Liberty Center. That's 2 in a row in the 10th, 6 overall. Ashton picks up his spare on lane number 4. Liberty picks up 9 on their last ball, finishes with a 256. Nice game from him. Ashton picks up 9 more. That gives him 203. Liberty with a strike to start the 10th frame. Jacob up now for Napoleon. He's got 2 strikes working in the 8th and the 9th. And that one goes high and ends up splitting, leaving the 3, 5, 6, and 7. Oh, and I'm sorry, Liberty Center ends up getting 9 to drop, and I don't know, it looked like the force of the wind carried or dropped the 10-pin, but he gets the strike. Jacob picks up 2 out of the 4 and will finish with a 177. And it looks like a 985 team total for them. And Liberty gets a strike. That's 3 strikes in a row for him. He finishes with a 248. And it looks like a team total of 1090. Patrick Henry with 9, leaving a 10-pin. Bryan also facing a 10-pin here on lane number 6. Bryan ends up forcing that one to the right, misses the 10 pin. He'll end up with a 138 in the first game. Patrick Henry also missing their spare attempt, ends up with a 139. Bryan getting 8, leaving the 4-7 on lane number 6. Patrick Henry picks up 8, ends up leaving the 2-5. Bryan picks up their spare, lane number 6. Patrick Henry chops. So Patrick Henry will finish with a 170. Bryan gets one more ball here. And Bryan will add 8 more pins. That'll be a total of 127 for him. Patrick Henry gets 9, leaves a 4 pin. Bryan picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. Bryan picks up his spare. He'll get one more in the 10th. Patrick Henry also picked up their spare. He'll get one more. Patrick Henry now, spare attempt. And looks like either 8 or 9. So he will finish with a 136. Bryan picks up 9 more, and he'll finish with a 175. Patrick Henry, strike working in the 9th frame for him. Picks up 9, ends up leaving a 4 pin. I'm sorry, Patrick Henry had a spare working for him in the 9th, picked up 9. Bryan had the strike working for him, picks up another strike. Patrick Henry picking up his spare. Bryan picks up 9, leaving a 4 pin. Patrick Henry finished with a 201. Bryan finished with a 163, their fourth bowler. Patrick Henry with 9, leaving a 4-pin. Bryan getting 9, leaving a 4-pin. Patrick Henry picks up their spare. They'll get one more. Patrick Henry now, last ball, 10th frame. Gets 9, and he'll finish with a nice game of 210. And Bryan misses their spare attempt, and will finish with a nice game of 199. So 802 is a team total for Bryan, 856 for Patrick Henry, if I'm got the scoreboards the right way around. As soon as we get all the teams to report in, we'll print out the score sheet and we'll give you a rundown after the first game. Meanwhile, the teams will move. The teams that were on 5 and 6 will move to 3 and 4. The ones that were on 3 and 4 will move down. For the third game, they'll switch back. And then for the Bakers, they'll switch again. Hope you guys are enjoying our coverage of the road to the state tournament. As I said before, the top 3 teams from the sectional will advance to the districts. And there are, I believe, 6 districts in the state of Ohio, so each of them have their own sectional tournaments and then a district tournament. And then the top 16 teams will advance to the state tournament. Depending on the size of the conference, determines how many teams each conference or each district can send. All right, we're getting ready to start the second game here. Michael will start off on the right lane, lane number 6 now. Oh, and he ends up splitting, leaving the 8-10. Liberty Center starts out with a strike. It's on lane number 5. Michael now trying to get at least one here, and that's what he does. Liberty Center with another strike. That's back-to-back strikes for their bowlers. Patrick Henry starts out with a strike down on lane number 3. Bryan up now, lane number 4. That's a strike for him. Mason up now for Napoleon. And he'll end up getting 8, leaves the 4-7. Liberty Center gave that one a little bit of a tug to the 1-2 pocket, but it carried for the strike. Bryan leaves that one, gets that one started way outside, never gets back to the head pin, leaves the 1, 2, and 4. Patrick Henry also drifting to the left side of the head pin, gets 9, leaves the 6 pin. Mason picked up his spare on lane number 6. Liberty Center with another strike. Bryan with a nice pickup there on their spare on lane number 4. Riley up now for Napoleon, lane number 6. And leaves the 10 pin standing. Liberty Center with another strike. That's all 5 bowlers striking in the first frame for Liberty Center. Bryan getting 9, leaving a 10 pin. Riley gets that one out way outside, misses his spare. Must have opened the shoulders there, didn't get him back closed. Or on, or square to target, I should say. Bryan with a spare conversion there on lane number 4, picking up the 10 pin. Ashton, that one goes high on him, ends up leaving the 3-6-10. Looks like Napoleon's going to need to make some adjustments on this new pair of lanes. Bryan picking up a strike, lane number 4. And Ashton picks up 3-6-10, nice spare conversion there. Patrick Henry picks up their spare conversion down on lane number 3. Bryan getting 9, leaving the 10 pin. Jacob now gets that one out. That one came in a little light, it looked like. Ends up picking up 8, leaving the 4 and the... Well, it counted as it's 9, but it was only 8. I might need a scoring correction there. And he picks up the spare. Patrick Henry with a spare conversion, lane number 3. Michael got 5 on his first ball, ends up leaving the Greek church. Picks up 3 out of the 5. One of the toughest spare conversions in bowling is the Greek church, the 4-6, 7-9-10. Liberty Center getting 9, leaving a 4 pin on lane number 6. Patrick Henry with a strike down on lane number 4. Bryan with a strike on lane 3. Another 9, or sorry, Liberty Center missed their spare attempt on lane number 6. Now Mason. That one looked like it came in light, kind of glanced off, ends up leaving the 2-4-5-8 bucket. Nine for Liberty Center, leaving a 7 pin on lane 6. Another strike for Bryan on lane number 3. Patrick Henry gets that one started wide on lane number 4. Ends up leaving the 1, 2, 8, and 10. Mason chops, gets 3 out of 4. Bryan with another strike on lane number 3. Liberty Center picks up their spare on lane number 6. Patrick Henry picks up 3 out of 4 on lane number 4. Ends up with 9 for the frame. Bryan with a strike on lane number 3. That's all 5 bowlers with a strike in the second frame for them. Riley strikes on the lane number 5 for Napoleon. Patrick Henry leaving a 4-7 on lane number 4. Ashton now, lane number 5. And again, that solid 10-pin. Liberty Center gets a strike on lane number 6. Patrick Henry chops, picking up the front pin, leaving the 7-pin standing. Ashton picks up his 10-pin conversion. Strike for Liberty Center on the right lane, lane number 6. Liberty Center leaving the bucket, 2, 4, 5, and 8. Something didn't feel right. Jacob stops, comes back and resets. Patrick Henry picks up 3 out of the 4 on their spare attempt in lane 4. Strike for Liberty Center on lane number 6. And Jacob ends up getting 8, leaving the 2-8. Bryan getting 9, leaving a 4-pin. Jacob, nice pickup of the 2-8 there on lane number 5. Michael now up lane number 6, 3rd frame. Can't get the 10-pin to go down. That's 9 on his first ball. Bryan missed their spare attempt on lane number 4. Liberty Center with a strike in the 3rd frame to start the 3rd frame by their first bowler. Michael picks up his spare. Bryan coming in light on lane number 4 leaves the 1, 2, and 8. Patrick Henry missed their spare attempt down on lane number 3. Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 5. Mason up now, Napoleon, lane number 6. And that one will leave the 10-pin standing. That's 9 for Liberty Center, leaving the 3-pin. Bryan coming in light, ends up leaving the 1, 2, and 10. Patrick Henry got 8 on their first ball, leaving the 4, 5. And Mason leaves his shoulders a little bit too far open. Misses the 10-pin spare. Liberty Center picks up their spare on lane number 5. Now we got Riley up. Nice ball from Riley there with a strike. Bryan picks up 1 out of the 3 on lane number 4. Liberty Center ends up splitting, ends up leaving 3, 6, 7, and 10. Ashton, that one comes in a little bit light, ends up leaving the 2, 4, 5. Nine for Patrick Henry, leaving the 10-pin standing. Liberty Center picks up 3 out of the 4. Ashton now his spare attempt. Chops, gets 2 out of the 3. Bryan with a strike on lane number 4. All right, after the first game, we've got Liberty Center leading with 1090. Napoleon in second place with 985. Van Wert in third with 976. Patrick Henry, 856 in fourth. Evergreen with 830. 836 is in fifth. Ottawa-Glandorf, 832. Tinora is in seventh with 822. Swanton with 803. Bryan with 802. Delta 799. Wasion with 751 is in 11th. And Lincoln View at 731. Bryan picks up a strike on lane number 3. Michael picked up 8 on his first ball. Looks like the 1-2 left down there. Patrick Henry ends up getting 7 on their first ball, leaving the 1, 2, and 4. Michael picks up his spare, nicely done. It's back-to-back spares now for Michael. And Liberty Center leaves the Greek Church now, leaving the 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. Patrick Henry picking up their spare on lane number 4. Looks like Napoleon is taking a moment. Bryan picks up their spare on lane 3. Liberty Center picks up 3 out of the 5 on lane number 6. Patrick Henry giving 7, leaving the 1, 2, 8. Mason comes in high, ends up splitting, leaves the 4, 7, and 10. This one is not conducive for right-hand bowlers. He'll probably try and pick the 2 up and move on from this frame. Patrick Henry with their spare attempt was successful on lane 4. 9 for Bryan, leaving a 5-pin down on lane 3. Mason ends up picking up 1 out of the 2. That'll be 8 total for the frame for him. Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 6. A split for Patrick Henry, the 5, 7 on lane 4. Riley up now for Napoleon, lane 5. That one looked like it went a little high, but it carried for the strike. Strike for Liberty Center on lane number 6. Right now, this pattern seems to favor coming in a little bit heavy, a little bit high than it does coming in light. Ashton gets 9, leaves a 7-pin. Oh, Patrick Henry with a valiant effort on their spare attempt, picks up 1 out of the 2. And that's 9 for Liberty Center, leaving a 4-pin. Ashton picks up his spare. Liberty Center picks up their spare on lane 6. Patrick Henry with a strike on lane number 4. Jacob up now. Lane 5. Good looking ball from Jacob. Just can't get the 10 to drop. He's going to have to move his feet back a little bit, come into the pocket a little bit, you know, a little bit straighter. Jacob misses his spare attempt. Inside. Michael now with a strike on lane number 6 for Napoleon. Liberty Center with a strike, lane number 5. Patrick Henry, a strike down on lane number 3. Mason with a nice ball there for a strike, lane 6. Bryan with a strike down on lane 4. Liberty Center picks up 9, leaving a 3-pin. Riley up, lane 6. Gets that one out wide, but it comes back. Gets a strike. Finds a little bit of dry out there and drives hard back towards the pocket. Liberty Center picks up their spare on lane number 5. And nice pickup from Patrick Henry down on lane number 3, converting their spare. Ashton, that one crossed over the head pin and missed the head pin. Ends up picking up 7, leaving the 1, 3, and 6. Bryan ends up splitting. It split, picks up 1 out of the 2. Patrick Henry gets 9, leaves the 5-pin. Ashton chops, picks up 1 out of 3. Bryan with a strike down on lane 4. Nine for Liberty Center, leaves a 4-pin. Nice ball from Jacob. There's a strike for him. Liberty Center, spare attempt. He's got it. Patrick Henry gets 8 and splits, leaving the 4-9. Liberty Center with 9, leaving a 10-pin. Bryan shooting at the 2-4-5, picks up 2 out of the 3. Liberty Center, that one goes straight ahead, misses the head pin, leaves the 1, 2, and 8. Liberty Center picks up their spare, converting the 10-pin. Bryan leaving the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, and 8. Liberty Center, spare attempt here at lane number 6. Picks up 1 out of the 3. Going to be a total of 8 for the frame for him. Spare attempt, Liberty Center, picks it up on lane 5. Bryan's spare attempt, lane 4. Oh, he gets it. Nicely done. Michael up now for Napoleon, lane number 5. Strike in the last frame. And he comes in light on that one, leaves 2, 4, 5, 8. Liberty Center, spare attempt coming here, lane number 6. Picks it up, and a strike for Patrick Henry on lane number 4. Strike for Bryan down on lane number 3. And a nice pickup there from Michael, picking up the bucket. And 10 pins drop for Patrick Henry on lane number 4. Liberty Center gets the 7 pin to drop. That's a strike for them. Mason now up for Napoleon, lane number 5. And another strike for Mason. That's a double for him. Liberty Center picks up 9, leaving a 6 pin. Patrick Henry missed the head pin, gets 7, leaving the 1, 2, and 4. Riley Ayler's up now for Napoleon. And that one goes high and ends up getting 9, leaving the 3 pin. Liberty Center converts their spare on lane 6. Patrick Henry spare attempt lane 4 is successful. Bryan with a strike down on lane number 3. Riley now, spare attempt. Covers that one nicely. And 9 for Liberty Center. Can't get the 10 pin to drop. There's a strike for Patrick Henry on lane number 4. Ashton up now for Napoleon. Oh, that one broke hard at the end. That goes right through the head pin. Splits and leaves the 4, 6, 7, and 10. Liberty Center picks up their spare, converts the 10 pin. Nine for Patrick Henry on lane 4, leaving the 4 pin. And Ashton won't get any additional pins. He'll end up with 6 for the frame. Ashton's ball broke a ton. He might want to think about making an equipment change here. And Jacob goes high, ends up leaving the 3, 6, 10. And Ashton's coming back with a different ball in his hand, so. Patrick Henry with a strike down on lane number 3. And Bryan gets a couple of lucky taps and all 10 pins fall. Lane number 4. Jacob picks up his spare on lane number 5. And a strike for Michael on lane number 6. Another strike for Bryan on lane number 4. Liberty Center gets them all a drop for a strike. Mason up now, lane number 6. Nice ball from Mason, gets the 10 pin to drop late. And there's a strike for Liberty Center, lane number 5. Patrick Henry comes in light, ends up leaving the 1, 2, 8 Riley gets them all to drop for lane 6. It's a strike for him. Liberty Center gets the 4-pin to drop late. That's a strike for him. Bryan gets over on the left side of the head pin, but gets 8, leaving the 3-9. Liberty Center ends up splitting, leaving the 4-9. Ashton now. That one came in a little bit light, ends up leaving the 2-5. There's 9 for Patrick Henry, leaving a 7-pin. Bryan gets 1 out of 2, gets the front pin. Ashton picks up the spare on lane 6. Liberty Center ends up chopping, ends up getting 1 out of 2. Jacob up. This will be to finish the 7th frame of the second game. Patrick Henry picks up the spare. There's a strike for Jacob. Jacob liking that right lane. He's struck on the right lane the last 3 times up. Needs to figure out the left lane. Bryan leaves the 2-4-5 on lane number 4. 6-pin left for Patrick Henry on lane number 3. There's a strike for Liberty Center on lane number 6. Michael up. He's got a strike in the 7th. And he'll end up leaving 2-4-5 to start the 8th frame. Liberty Center gets a strike, lane number 6. And a spare pickup for Bryan on lane number 4. Michael also converts to 2-5-4 on lane number 5. Patrick Henry with a strike on lane 4. Liberty Center a strike on lane 6. Mason, who's got 3 strikes in a row, strikes in the 5th, 6th, and 7th frame, is up on lane 5. And that's a 4th strike in a row for Mason. Liberty Center comes in light, picks up 9, leaves the 2-pin standing. Bryan gets 9, ends up leaving the 9-pin. Riley with a strike in the previous frame, the 7th frame. And splits, ends up leaving the 4, 6, and 7. Bryan picks up their spare. Riley will probably try and pick up 2 of these pins here on lane number 5. First, we got Patrick Henry to bowl on lane 4. And he comes in light, leaves the 1, 2, and 4. And that's what Riley does, picks up the 2. Liberty Center now, lane number 6. And a strike for Liberty Center. Ashton now, lane number 5. Now he's got it dialed in. There's a strike for Ashton. Patrick Henry picks up the spare on lane number 4. And Bryan gets them all to drop on lane number 3 for a strike. Jacob up now in left lane, lane number 5. There, he's got it figured out. There's a strike for Jacob. Michael now back up on lane 6. This is 9th frame. And he gets 10 to drop. That's a strike for Michael in the 9th. Bryan getting a strike down on lane number 3. Liberty Center getting 9, leaving a 4-pin. Strike for Patrick Henry on lane 4. Mason now up lane number 6. That one comes in a little light. Ends up leaving the 2, 5, and 8. Bryan, or I'm sorry, that was Patrick Henry with a strike on lane 3. Liberty Center missed their spare attempt on lane number 5. Mason now, spare attempt, lane 6. Ends up chopping, picks up 2 out of the 3. Liberty Center, strike on lane 5. Patrick Henry getting 9, leaving a 7-pin down on lane 3. Riley with a strike on lane number 6. Ashton now up lane 6. Gets them all to drop. I thought that one came in a little light, but it carried. Bryan with a 7-10 split on lane number 4. Will miss both. Ends up with 8 for the frame. Patrick Henry with a strike down on lane 3. Liberty Center, lane number 5. Gets them all to fall for a strike. Jacob up for Napoleon, lane 6. Strike for Bryan on lane 4. Nice ball from Jacob. Feeds that one right back into the pocket for a strike. Liberty Center drifts high, ends up getting 9, leaving a 6-pin. A strike for Patrick Henry down on lane 3. And a strike for Bryan on lane 4. Liberty Center picks up their spare, lane number 5. Liberty Center getting ready to start the 10th frame on the right lane, lane 6. And that one goes straight, ends up missing the head pin, leaving the 1, 2, and 8. Patrick Henry picking up 8, splitting, leaving the 5, 7 on lane 3. Liberty Center finishing out the 9th frame with a strike. That's 3 in a row now for him. Bryan getting 9, leaving the 9-pin. Liberty Center won't get any additional pins. They'll finish with the 7 in the 10th and a 175 total. Michael now ready to start the 10th frame for Napoleon. Nice ball from Michael. There's a strike for him. That's 2 in a row now, with strikes in the 9th and the start of the 10th. Liberty gets a little bit of luck and gets that 7-pin to drop. That makes this a much easier spare conversion, leaving just the 6-pin. Michael with another strike in the 10th. Liberty Center picks up their spare. He'll get 1 more in the 10th. Bryan picking up 9, leaving a 9-pin in the 10th frame. That finishes a run of strikes. He had 6 strikes in a row before that. Michael with another strike, strikes out the 10th frame and finishes with 195. Liberty Center leaving the 2-4-5 on lane 6. Bryan picking up their spare. They'll end up with 1 more. He's got a good game working. Patrick Henry picks up the spare on lane number 4. He's got a good game working too. He's got a total of 8 strikes. He went 3 strikes and a spare, 5 strikes and then a spare. Bryan finishing with 9. The first bowler finishes with 245. Liberty Center picking up 9, ends up leaving a 10-pin. Patrick Henry picks up 8 on their final ball and finishes with a 253. Mason up now. He's got a strike to start the 10th frame. This is second ball. And he ends up getting 8, leaves the 2-8. Patrick Henry with a strike on lane number 4. Liberty Center picks up the spare on lane number 6. Liberty Center's second bowler finished with a game of 200. This is their third bowler on the lane right now. Bryan with a strike down on lane number 3. That's 2 in the 10th for him. Patrick Henry with a strike. That's 2 in the 10th for him. Mason now, final ball. Picks up 1 out of the 2. Finishes with a game of 176. And Liberty Center finishes with 6 and a game of 234. Riley starts out the 10th with a strike, working on a strike in the 9th frame. Bryan with a strike down on lane 3. Liberty Center with a strike on lane 6. Riley with another strike in the 10th. Bryan gets 9, leaves a 7-pin on lane 3. Liberty Center picks up 9 on lane 6. Riley now, last ball, 10th frame. And picks up 8 and finishes with 224. And Liberty won't get any additional pins and will finish with 178 for the 4th bowler. Bryan picks up their spare. Ashton now up for Napoleon, lane 5. Starts out with a strike, working on 2 strikes in the 8th and the 9th frames. Patrick Henry ends up splitting, leaving the 3, 4, 6, and 7. Liberty Center with a strike ball there. He's got 4 in a row now. Strikes in the 7th, 8th, 9th frames and then start the 10th. Ashton comes in light, ends up picking up 9. Bryan with a split down on lane number 3, the 8-10. He won't get any additional, and he'll finish with a 187. Bryan's 3rd bowler finished with a 224. Ashton picks up his spare and finishes with 175. Patrick Henry picks up 9 on their final ball. That gives him 136 for the second game. Bryan's final bowler gets the 10-pin to wobble, but it won't drop. Jacob ends up leaving the 310 baby split on lane number 5. And a strike for Liberty Center on lane number 6. He'll finish with 3 strikes in the 10th and a 257 game. And Jacob will chop, picking up just 1, and will finish with 192. Team total for that was 962. Team total for Liberty Center is 1044. Team total for Bryan, oh, they've got one more bowler to finish. Patrick Henry picks up the spare. They'll get one more. And a strike for Bryan to finish out the 10th frame. He'll finish with 215 and a team score of 1052. Patrick Henry picks up 8 and will finish with 190. That's their 4th bowler. Patrick Henry gets 7. Spare attempt, Patrick Henry here. And he picks up 2 out of the 3 and will finish with a 154 and a team total of 908. All right, the boys will be switching lanes again, going back to 3 and 4. Once all the scores for the second game have been collected, we'll give you an update on the scoring and where Napoleon and the rest of the teams lay in the field. All right, getting ready to start the third game here. Michael will be up on the left lane. And he starts out with a strike for Napoleon. Patrick Henry also starting out with a strike on lane number 6. Bryan gets 8, leaving the 6-10. Liberty Center gets 7, leaving the 1, 2, and 10. Patrick Henry's second bowler picks up 8, leaving the baby split, 3-10. Mason up for Napoleon, gets 7, misses the head pin, leaves the 1, 2, 4. Patrick Henry gets 1 out of the 2. I'm sorry, I should say 2 out of the 3. Must have been another pin behind I couldn't see. Bryan gets 9, leaving the 2 pin. Mason now, spare attempt, lane number 3. Picks it up. Liberty Center getting 8, leaving the 2-8. Riley up now for Napoleon. And a strike for Riley. Patrick Henry picks up 2 out of the 3 on lane number 6. And Liberty Center chops, picking up the front pin. Ashton now. And a strike for Ashton. Bryan with a strike on lane number 5. Liberty Center gets 9, leaving the 6 pin. Patrick Henry leaving the 3, 6, 10 down on lane 6. Jacob up now for Napoleon, lane 3. And he leaves the 4 pin. And a strike for Bryan on lane number 5. Patrick Henry swings that one out wide, gets 2 out of the 3. Liberty Center picks up the spare on lane 4. Jacob now his spare attempt on lane 3. Got it. Bryan with another strike on lane number 5. Strike for Liberty Center on lane 4. Patrick Henry picking up 8, leaving the 2, 5. Liberty Center now, lane number 4, or I'm sorry, lane number 3. Gets 9, leaves a 6 pin, or I'm sorry, that's a 3 pin. Liberty Center picks up their spare, I'm sorry, Patrick Henry picks up their spare on lane number 6. Liberty Center picks up a strike on lane number 4. Liberty Center with a spare attempt here now in lane 3. He's got it. Patrick Henry ends up leaving the 3-10 on lane number 5. Michael up now, lane number 4. That one goes through the nose, ends up splitting, leaving the 6, 7, and 10. I'm sorry, the 4, 6, and 7. My apologies. Strike for Liberty Center. Patrick Henry picks up 1 out of 2. Michael should go for 2 here. Pick up the 4, 7. And that's what he does. Bryan picks up 1 out of 2 on their split on lane 6. Liberty Center gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. Mason up now, lane 4. And a strike for Mason. Patrick Henry picks up their spare on lane 5. Liberty Center picks up their spare on lane number 3. Bryan had a strike a moment ago on lane 6. Their next bowler's up. And he gets 9, leaving the 10 pin. Riley with a strike for Napoleon down on lane number 4. That's 2 in a row now for him. And a 3-10 split for Liberty Center on lane number 3. Patrick Henry left with the 3-6-10 on lane number 5. Ashton comes in a little light. Gets a little bit of help, ends up leaving just the 2-5. Liberty Center picks up 1 out of 2 on lane number 3. Patrick Henry picks up 3-6-10 on lane 5. Ashton now takes aim at his spare attempt. He's got it. Bryan gets 9 on lane number 6. Liberty Center gets 9 on lane number 3, leaving the 4 pin. Oh, and Patrick Henry ends up going right through the middle and ends up leaving the 4-6, 7-9, 10. Yeager with a nice ball there for a strike. Lane number 4. Liberty Center picks up their spare, lane number 3. Liberty Center now, lane number 4. That one comes in light, ends up leaving the 1-2-9. Michael now, lane number 3. Nice ball for Michael, a strike for him. That's 2 strikes on the left lane. Got to figure out that right lane, Michael. Liberty Center gets 2 out of 3. Strike for Bryan down on lane number 6. Mason with a strike. That's a double for him. Strikes in the 2nd and 3rd frame. Liberty Center ends up leaving the 2-8. Picks up 8. Riley now up lane number 3. And that's 9 for him, leaving a 4 pin. Strike for Patrick Henry down on lane 6. Strike also for Bryan on lane number 5. Liberty Center chops, ends up picking up just the front pin, leaves the 8 behind. Riley now, spare attempt. He's got it. Patrick Henry getting 8, leaving the 4-7 in lane 6. Bryan coming in light, ends up leaving the 1, 2, and 4. Picks up 7. Ashton now up, lane number 3. He comes in light, ends up getting 7, leaves the 1, 2, 4. Bryan picks up their spare on lane number 5. A strike for Liberty Center on lane number 4. Ashton now, spare attempt. And he chops, getting 2 out of 3. Bryan gets 8, leaving the 3-6. Strike for Liberty Center down on lane number 4. Jacob up again for Napoleon, lane number 3. And he gets all 10 to drop for a strike. That's back-to-back strikes for Jacob. Patrick Henry picked up their spare on lane number 6. Bryan picks up their spare on lane number 5. Liberty Center now, lane number 4, gets all of them to drop for a strike. There's a strike for Liberty Center on lane number 3. Bryan picks up 8, leaving the 4-7. Michael now, lane number 4. Drives all 10 pins back for a strike. That's 2 in a row now for him. Strike for Liberty Center on lane number 3. Patrick Henry, spare attempt, shooting at the 10 pin, picks it up on lane 6. Bryan with their spare attempt on lane 5, covers the 4-7. Mason now, 2 in a row, looking for 3 here on lane number 4. And he gets it. Gets a little help on the 7, and then the messenger comes over and takes out the 10. Bryan comes in a little heavy, ends up splitting, leaving the 4-9. Liberty Center with another strike on lane number 3. Riley up now, Napoleon. And he gets all 10 to drop. That's a strike for Riley. And a strike for Liberty Center on lane number 3. Ashton coming in light. Leaves an ugly lead, the 2, 8, 7, and 10. Bryan missed their spare attempt on lane number 5. I'm sorry, picked up 1 out of 2. Patrick Henry with a nice ball for a strike on lane number 5. Bryan with a strike on lane 6. Ashton's spare attempt here in lane 4. Ends up picking up 2 out of the 4. Strike for Patrick Henry on lane 5. Liberty Center with a strike on lane 3. That's all 5 bowlers striking in the 4th frame for Liberty Center. Strike for Patrick Henry on lane number 5. Jacob up now, lane number 4. And a strike for Jacob. That's 3 in a row now for him. Michael up now, lane number 3. That one goes through the nose and leaves the 3, 6, 10. Patrick Henry, another strike. Lane number 5. Liberty Center, another strike, this time on lane 4. Bryan picks up the spare. Michael picks up his spare. And Patrick Henry picks up 9, leaving a 4-pin. Strike for Liberty Center. That's 2 for him. Patrick Henry picks up their spare. Mason now, lane number 3. Another strike for Mason. That's 4 in a row now for Mason. Riley's up now. And Riley ends up splitting, leaving the 6, 7, and 10. Liberty Center gets 9, leaving a 7-pin standing. Riley won't pick up any additional. That leaves 7 in the 5th frame for him. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Ashton now, lane 3 for Napoleon. Gets all 10 to drop. There's a strike for him. Bryan with a strike on lane 5. Bryan picks up a spare on lane 6. Still waiting for one of the teams to finish their second game. Bryan with a strike on lane number 5. Jacob with a strike on lane number 3 for Napoleon. That's now 4 in a row for him. Liberty Center missed their spare attempt there. Or, I'm sorry, picks up 1 out of 2. Bryan with another strike on lane number 5. Patrick Henry picks up 8, leaves the 3-10. That's 9 for Liberty Center, leaving a 4-pin up. Bryan picks up 9, leaves a 9-pin. Liberty Center getting 7 on lane 3, leaving the 2-4-5. Liberty Center's last bowler finishing up the 5th frame with a spare. Bryan picks up their spare on lane 5. Liberty picks up their spare on lane 3. Michael up now. Start the 6th frame for Napoleon. Final 3rd game. Oh, gets the 5-pin to wobble, but it won't go down. He'll end up with 9. Liberty gives the 4-pin a little tap, but it doesn't go down. Ends up with 9 so far. There's a strike for Bryan on lane 5. Michael picks up his spare on lane 4. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Oh, and Patrick Henry splits, ends up leaving the 6-7. Mason with another strike on lane number 4 for Napoleon. Liberty up now, lane number 3. And a strike for Liberty. All right, after the second game, we've got Liberty Center still in first. Games of 1090 and 1044, 2134 total. Napoleon still holding in second place. Games of 985, 962 for 1947. Bryan has moved up to third. They're a 10:52 game in game number 2. That gives them 18:54 total. Van Wert is 4th with a total of 17:78. They had an 8:02 in game 2. Patrick Henry is in 5th with a game of 9:08, gives them 17:64. Evergreen with a game of 8:52 in the second, gives them a total of 16:88. Tinora is in 7th, 16:83 total. Ottawa-Glandorf, 16:72. Wauseon, 16:37. Delta, 16:13. Swanton, 15:66. And Lincoln View, 15:55. So your top 3 right now are Liberty Center, Napoleon, and Bryan, with Van Wert about 76 pins back. Jacob with 9, leaving the 6 pins standing on lane number 4. Brings up Michael on lane number 3. Michael with a strike in the 7th frame. Bryan picks up their spare, lane 6. Jacob missed his spare attempt on lane number 4. Patrick Henry with 9, leaving a 10 pin on lane number 5. Mason now, lane number 3. And another strike for Mason. Extends the streak to 6 in a row. Liberty comes in light, ends up leaving the 1-2-4. Patrick Henry missed their 10 pin spare conversion. Riley now, lane number 3. And a big strike from Riley. Liberty Center now, spare attempt. Covers it nicely. Ashton's up on lane number 3. And a strike for Ashton. Patrick Henry picked up 7 a moment ago, leaving the 3-6-10. Liberty Center splits, leaving the 4-6 and 10. Bryan with a little bit of a split, leaving the 1-2 and 10. And he'll pick up 2 out of the 3. Jacob now, lane number 3. Picks up 9, leaving a 5 pin. Nice pickup there from Patrick Henry on lane 5, picking up 3-6-10. Liberty Center picks up 2 out of the 3 on their attempt on lane number 4. Jacob picks up his spare. Patrick Henry getting 9, leaving a 10 pin. Bryan getting ready to deliver his ball on lane 6. Picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. Liberty Center, lane number 4. Gets a strike. That's 2 in a row now for him. Oh, and Patrick Henry missed their 10 pin. Bryan misses their 10 pin. Liberty Center now, lane number 4, gets 9, leaving a 10 pin. Patrick Henry picks up 9, leaves a 9 pin. Liberty Center starting frame number 8, ends up leaving the 2-4-5 down on lane 3. Liberty Center picks up their 10 pin, lane number 4. Patrick Henry picks up the 9 for the spare on lane 5. Nice spare conversion from Liberty Center there on lane number 3, picking up the 2-4-5. Patrick Henry with a strike on lane number 6. Bryan with a strike on lane number 5. Liberty Center with a strike. That's 2 in a row now for him on lane number 4. Liberty Center gets 10 of them to go for a strike on lane number 3. Michael up now to start his 8th frame. He's got a strike working in the 7th. And he comes in light, ends up leaving the 2-4-5, picks up 7. Patrick Henry chops, picks up 1 out of 2 on lane 6. Liberty Center with a strike down on lane 3. Bryan picking up their spare on lane 5. Michael now spare attempt. Picks up the 2-4-5. Nicely done. Liberty Center, another strike on lane 3. Bryan, another strike on lane 5. Mason up now, lane number 4. That one comes in high, gets the 7-pin to drop, leaving just the 6-10. Might set a much easier spare. But his streak of 6 strikes comes to an end. Bryan picking up 8, leaving the, what is that, the 5-9 maybe? Liberty Center leaving a 4-pin standing. Mason picks up his spare though in the 8th frame. Bryan ends up chopping their spare attempt, picks up just 1. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Riley up now for Napoleon, lane number 4. He's got a strike in the 7th frame. And he comes in light, leaves the 2-4-5. Bryan with a strike on lane 5. Patrick Henry got 8 on their first at ball and leaves the 6-10, his spare attempt on lane 6. And he picks that up. Riley with a spare attempt is successful. Patrick Henry with a strike on lane number 5. Ashton now up lane number 4. And he gets the 10-pin to kick out for the strike. Bryan gets 9, leaving the 10-pin standing. Patrick Henry gets 9, leaving a 4-pin. Jacob up now on lane number 4. Nice ball from Jacob for a strike. Bryan picks up the spare on lane 6, covering the 10-pin. And Patrick Henry covers their spare on lane 5. Michael getting 9, leaving a 10-pin on lane number 3. This is his 9th frame. Liberty Center comes in light, ends up leaving the 1, 2, 4, and 8. Bryan with a strike on lane number 6. Patrick Henry looked like he pulled that one a little bit, ends up missing the head pin, leaves the 1, 3, and 6. Bryan getting 9, leaving a 10 pin. Michael had picked up his spare earlier. That brings Mason up to the line. Patrick Henry picks up their spare. Mason's ball underway. And a strike for Mason. Liberty Center gets 9, leaves a 4 pin. Riley up now, lane 3 for Napoleon. And he ends up getting 8, leaving the 2, 4. Bryan getting 9, leaving the 10 pin. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Strike for Patrick Henry on lane number 5. Riley picks up his spare on lane number 3. Bryan covering up their 10 pin. Ashton now, lane 3, Napoleon. And a strike for Ashton. That's now 5 in a row for Ashton, it looks like. Liberty Center leaving a 4 pin, gets 9. Bryan getting, looks like 9 on lane 6, leaving a 10 pin. Jacob up now, lane number 3, and he drops 10 for the strike. That's 2 in a row now for him. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Bryan picks up his spare on lane number 6, covering the 10 pin. Bryan also up on lane number 5 with a spare attempt here. First, we've got Liberty Center on lane 3, or I'm sorry. Yeah, lane 3. He gets 9, leaving a 7 pin. And Liberty Center ends up splitting, leaving the 4-6 on lane number 4. Bryan picks up the spare on lane number 5. Patrick Henry now, lane number 6. Ends up coming in a little light, leaves the 2-4-5. Liberty Center picks up 1 out of 2 on lane number 4. Liberty Center, spare attempt, lane number 3, misses that inside. And he'll finish with a 150. Bryan crosses the head pin, picks up the Brooklyn strike on lane number 5. And a spare conversion for Patrick Henry on lane 6. 9 pins for Liberty Center on lane number 4, leaving a 4 pin. Nine for Liberty Center, leaving a 7 pin on lane number 3. Bryan hitting heavy, ends up leaving the 3-6-10 on lane 5. Liberty Center covers their spare attempt. That'll give him a 9 spare in the 9th frame. Brings up Michael Gallagher to start his 10th frame on lane number 4. Strike for Patrick Henry on lane number 6. Liberty Center misses their spare attempt, ends up with 160 for the third game. Michael now, first ball, 10th frame. Gets the 5-pin to wobble, but it won't go down. Ends up with 9 on his first attempt. And a strike for Patrick Henry on lane 6. Bryan picking up 2 out of the 3. Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 3. Michael, spare attempt, covers that one. He'll get one more. Patrick Henry, another strike. Lane number 6, that was. Bryan with a strike on lane 5. Michael now, last ball, 10th frame. And a strike for Michael, and he'll finish with 192. Liberty Center now, second ball, 10th frame. Lane number 3. And another strike for him. Bryan ends up splitting, leaving the 4-9 on lane number 5. Bryan getting ready to start the 10th frame over on lane number 6. And a strike for Bryan. Mason with a strike for Napoleon in the 10th frame. He's got strikes in the 9th and the start of the 10th now. And Liberty Center finishes with 9 and a game of 236. Liberty Center now, lane number 3 to start his 10th frame. And it splits, leaving another 4-6 for him. Bryan gets 9 on lane number 6. There's a strike for Patrick Henry to start the 10th frame. Mason now, second ball, 10th frame. And picks up 8. Bryan misses their spare attempt, and he'll finish with 194. Bryan with 8 on lane number 6, leaving the 310. Liberty Center's final bowler starts the 10th frame with a strike. Mason picks up his last 2 pins. He'll end up with a nice game of 256. Good job, Mason. Bryan ends up chopping, picks up 1 out of the 2, and he'll finish the third game with a 214. Patrick Henry now, second ball, 10th frame. Picks up the strike. Liberty Center picks up 8, but splits, leaving the 4-9. Riley gets a little help, a little domino action. Picks up the strike to start the 10th frame. And Patrick Henry will finish the 10th frame with 3 straight strikes and finishes with 224. Liberty Center won't get any additional pins and finishes with 215 and a team total of 921. Riley with a much nicer looking strike on that ball. Patrick Henry goes high, ends up leaving the 3-6. Bryan's got 2 strikes in the 10th for the third bowler. This is last ball. And 3 strikes, and he'll finish with a 159. And Riley will finish with 9, and giving him an even score of 200. Ashton now, lane number 4 for Napoleon. And he'll start the 10th with a strike. Patrick Henry ends up chopping. And they finish his second bowler finishes with a 141. Bryan picks up 7, leaving the 1, 2, and 8. Ashton extends his string of strikes to 6 in a row here. Looking to make it 7. Nope, that one came in light, ends up leaving the 2, 4, 5. Bryan picks up their spare on lane number 6. Patrick Henry gets 7, leaving the 3, 6, 10. Patrick Henry, spare attempt, picks it up, nicely done. Bryan, last ball. Picks up an additional 9, that'll end him with a 172. Ashton ends up picking up 2 out of the 3, finishes with 220. Nice game, Ashton. Jacobs got 2 strikes in a row, strikes in the 8th and 9th. Patrick Henry getting 8 on their first ball, leaving the 5, 9. Bryan now gets a strike to start the 10th frame. Jacob gets them all to drop. There's a strike for him. That one from Patrick Henry hit a little heavy, goes through the nose, but picks up 9, leaves the 6 pin. Bryan now, second ball, 10th frame. Gets 7, leaves the 2, 4, 5. Jacob now, that one comes in a little light, picks up 9, leaves a 2 pin. Patrick Henry picks up their spare. He'll get 1 more in the 10th. And Bryan picks up their spare, and he finishes the game with a 202. And Jacob picks up his spare, and that will give him a game of 236. And Napoleon finishes with a team total of 1104 for that game. Bryan finishes with 941 as a team total. Patrick Henry picks up a strike. Patrick Henry. And there's a strike for them to start the 10th frame. Patrick Henry's fourth bowler finished with a 163. Patrick Henry, second ball. And another strike 2 in a row now. Well, 3 in a row now. He's got strikes in the 9th, or I'm sorry, 4 in a row. He's got strikes in the 8th, 9th, and 2 in the 10th. All right, Patrick Henry, last ball, 10th frame. And picks up 8, ends up leaving the 310. And that gives him a total of 232. And that gives Patrick Henry a team total for the third game of 931. All right, I think we're going to take a short lunch break here to feed the kids. I will probably mute the mic for just a bit. We'll leave the ambient sounds going. As soon as I've got the totals for the third game, we've still got bowling going down on the other lanes. We'll update you, and we'll update you again just before the Baker games get underway. All right, we're going to have about 20 more minutes for the kids to finish eating. We do have all the scores now. So in first place, we've got Liberty Center. They had a game of 9-21 in the third. That gives them 30-55 total. Napoleon is 4 pins behind with 30-51. They had an 11-04 in the third game. Bryan is currently in third place with 27-95. Fourth place is currently Patrick Henry with 26-95. That puts them about 100 pins back of the cut line. Fifth place is Van Wert with 26-51. OHSAA is in sixth with 25-72. Ottawa-Glandorf in seventh with 25-64. Eighth is Evergreen with 25-07. Tinora is ninth with 24-82. Delta is in 10th, 24-36. Swanton is 24-23 in 11th place. And Lincoln View with 22-99 is in 12th. So again, we'll have a short break of about 20 minutes. I think Randy had said we're going to get started around 20 after with the Baker games. I believe there's 6 Baker games. Maybe 5, I don't remember. We'll get it figured out for you before we get started. And the top 3 teams will be advancing onto the state district tournament. So we'll join you here, join us back here in about 20 minutes. All right, we got just a couple minutes before the boys get started. They're going to be rolling one practice ball in her starting lane. But just as a reminder, we'll give a rundown of the scores one more time. We've got Liberty Center. Game 3 was 9-21. That gives them a total of 30-55. They're currently in first place. Napoleon, game 3 was 11-04. That gives them 30-51. They're 4 pins down. And Bryan rounds out your top 3 with a game of 9-41 in the third. That gives them 27-95. Patrick Henry is currently in fourth. They rolled a 9-31 in the third game. They're sitting at 26-95, 100 pins back of the cut line. Van Wert is in fifth with a game of 8-73. That gives them 26-51. They're 144 pins back of the cut line. OHSAA is in sixth. They rolled a 9-35, 25-72. They're 223 pins back of the cut line. Ottawa-Glandorf is seventh. Rolled an 8.92 in the third game, 25-64 total pins. They are 231 pins back of the cut line. Evergreen rolled an 8.19 in the third game, 25-07 total. They are 288 back of the cut line. Tinora, 7.99 in the third game, 24.82 total in 3 games. And they are 313 pins back. Delta is in 10th. Rolled an 8.23, 24.36 is total. 359 back of the cut line. Swanton rolled an 8.57 in the third game, 24.23 overall. 372 pins back. And Lincoln View, 7.44 in the third game, 22.99 total. 496 pins back. So there will be a total of 6 Baker games. Again, we're just getting started with the with a practice ball, and then we'll get ready to roll. But your top 3 teams again are Liberty Center, Napoleon, and Bryan. 4, 5, and 6 are Patrick Henry, Van Wert, and OHSAA. We'll get started here with the Baker games probably in another 2 to 3 minutes. Looks like we're real close to getting started here. All right, here we go. So if you remember Baker format, we still have 5 team members, but each one will bowl alternate frames. So bowler 1 will bowl frames 1 and 6. Bowler 2 will 2 and 7. Michael Gallagher here starting us out, and it ends up picking up 7, leaves the 3, 6, 10. Liberty Center picks up 9, leaves them 10 pin. Bryan picks up 8, leaves 6, 10. Michael picks up 2 out of 3 on lane number 5. Bryan picks up their spare on lane number 4. I'm sorry, that was Patrick Henry picks up their spare on lane number 4. Bryan picked up their spare on lane number 3. Strike for Patrick Henry. Mason ends up picking up 7 and splitting the 4, 6, and 7. Liberty Center picks up a strike on their second frame. Bryan now trying to pick up their spare, the 4, 7, and he'll pick up 1 out of the 2. Mason now trying to pick up at least 2 here, and that looks like what he did, picks up 2. And Liberty Center ends up splitting, leaving the 3, 9, and 10. Bryan ends up leaving the 1, 2, and 10. Riley ends up picking up 8, leaving the 6, 10 on lane number 5. Liberty Center picks up 2 out of the 3 on lane number 6. Bryan will not get any additional pins. They'll end up with 7 in the 3rd. Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 6. Riley now, spare attempt. Picks it up. Bryan with a strike down on lane number 3. Patrick Henry, spare attempt, picks up 2 out of the 3. Liberty Center gets 9, leaving the 3 pin. This looks like Ashton Kiesling on lane number 5 gets them all to drop for a strike. Bryan with back-to-back strikes down on lane 3. And a strike for Patrick Henry on lane number 4. Liberty Center picks up their spare. A 3rd strike for Bryan, 3 in a row now. Patrick Henry splitting, leaving the 6, 7, and 10. Jacob now for Napoleon. There's a strike for Napoleon, 2 in a row now. Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 6. Patrick Henry picks up 2 out of the 3 on lane number 4. Michael now with a strike. That's 3 in a row now for Napoleon. Liberty Center with a strike on lane 6. Patrick Henry leaving the 3, 6, 10. Bryan has a split down there, the 4, 7, and 10. He'll try to get at least 2 here. Mason up now for Napoleon. Mason gets 8. leaving the 4-7. Bryan not getting any additional. That'll be seven pins in the 7th frame for them. Spare for Patrick Henry. A strike for Liberty Center. 3 in a row now for them. Patrick Henry picking up 8, leaving the 1-3. And Liberty Center splits, ends up leaving the 3, 6, 7, and 10. And Mason misses his spare attempt. He'll end up with 8 in the 7th frame. Liberty Center, spare attempt. Picks up 3 out of the 4. Riley now up for Napoleon. And he ends up getting 7. Comes in high, or I'm sorry, 6. Comes in high, leaves the 3, 6, 7, and I'm sorry, 3, 6, 9, and 10. Liberty Center with a strike. That's to start the 10th frame. Bryan picks up a couple, looks like 3 on lane 3. That's 9 for Patrick Henry, leaving a 10 pin. Riley picks up his spare. That's in the 8th frame of the 1st game. Liberty Center, 2nd ball, 10th frame. Another strike. Ashton now for Napoleon. Picks up 9, gets the 4-pin to drop, leaves just the 7-pin. Patrick Henry with a spare in the 10th. He'll get 1 more. And another strike. That's 3 in a row for Liberty Center with 191 in the 1st Baker game. Ashton picks up the spare. Patrick Henry getting 8. They'll finish the 1st Baker game with a 131. Jacob now, 10th frame. Ends up getting 8, leaves the 310. Bryan starts the 10th frame with an 8, leaving the 2-8. Jacob now, spare attempt. Chops, picks up just 1, and we'll finish with a 168 in the 1st Baker game. Bryan picks up their spare. They'll get 1 more. Bryan getting ready for the last ball of the 10th frame. Napoleon and Liberty Center will switch lanes. And a strike for Bryan. And they'll finish with a 162. So Patrick Henry and Bryan will switch lanes. All right, Michael up now. Michael ends up getting 9, leaves the 2-pin. Some late pinfall there. Liberty Center now up, lane number 5. Ends up getting 8, looks like a 4-7 left. Bryan starts second Baker game with a strike on lane 4. And Patrick Henry starts the second Baker game with a strike. Liberty Center picks up 1 out of the 2 in the first frame. That's 9 for them. We've got Owen in now for Mason. Owen gets a strike. Nice ball from Owen. Swings that one out wide. Liberty Center getting 9, leaving the 3-pin. Bryan got 8 on their first ball. Patrick Henry gets 6, leaving the 1, 2, 8, and 9. Riley ends up leaving an 8-10. It's a miserable split. Liberty Center picks up their spare in the second frame. Riley will shoot at just 1 here and hope to get lucky. He picks up the 1. Patrick Henry will get 3 out of the 4, down on lane 3. Bryan got 1 out of the 2 on their spare attempt. Ashton now up for Napoleon, lane number 6. And a strike for Ashton. Bryan gets 8, ends up leaving the 2-5. Liberty Center now, lane 5. Picks up 9, leaves a 6-pin. Jacob's up now. 5th frame, second Baker game. And a strike for Jacob. 2 in a row now for Napoleon. Bryan picks up their spare, and a moment ago, Patrick Henry picked up theirs. Liberty Center now, spare attempt, picks that up. Patrick Henry leaving a 6-10, gets 8 on their first ball. Michael gets the 7-pin to drop late for a strike. That's 3 strikes in a row now for Napoleon. Bryan with a strike down on lane number 4. Liberty Center gets 7, leaving the 2, 4, and 8. Owen now up. And he gets 8 this time, leaving the 2, 5. Bryan with 9, leaving the 10-pin. And a strike for Patrick Henry, Patrick Henry down on lane number 3. And another strike for Patrick Henry, 2 in a row now. Owen, spare attempt. Yeah, he gets it. Liberty Center gets 9, leaving a 6-pin. Bryan, spare attempt, converts the 10. Riley gets the 6-pin to drop, leaving just the 7. Makes that a much easier spare. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Lane number 5. Bryan gets 9. No? Did it go down? Riley picks up his spare. So it was 9 for Bryan. They'll reset the pin that got swept. Ashton with a strike in the 9th frame. Patrick Henry with a strike in the 9th frame. Liberty Center takes aim at their spare attempt, picks it up. Jacob now gets ready to shoot the 10th frame. Picks up 9, can't get the 10 pin to drop. Liberty Center with 9, and also couldn't get the 10 pin to drop. Patrick Henry finishes the second Baker game with a 167. Jacob now. Oh, he missed the 10 pin. And Napoleon will finish with the second Baker game with a 193. Liberty Center picks up their, I'm sorry, that was Bryan that picked up their spare on lane number 4. Liberty Center shooting at their spare now, picked it up. Bryan now picks up 9, leaving a 3 pin.
Wondered if they had anything on the 3-man or the 3-game scores. No, not the team. So we could see
Liberty Center picks up 9, leaving a 6 pin. Liberty Center picks up their spare, and that's in the 8th frame. Bryan getting 9, leaving a 10 pin. Liberty Center picks up 9, leaving a 2 pin. Bryan now, spare attempt. Missed inside. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Strike for Bryan on lane number 4. Strike for Liberty Center, start the 10th frame. Baker game number 2. Bryan with back-to-back, or I'm sorry, a strike to start the 10th. That's 2 in a row now for him. Or 2 in a row for Bryan, I should say, 9th and 10th frames. Liberty Center, another strike, 2 in the 10th now. Bryan with 9, leaving a 7 pin. Liberty Center, last ball, 10th frame. And another strike for him, 3 in a row. Finishes with 180. So Napoleon will pick up 13 pins in that Baker game, but they lost over 20 in the first Baker game. Bryan finishes with a 182. So we'll switch lanes, and we'll get ready to start the 3rd Baker game. Remember, there's 6 total Bakers, and it will be total pins, and top 3 will move on. And then there will be 3 individual qualifiers who were not on a team that moved on. So the top 3 not on one of the top 3 teams. All right, Michael gets ready to start us off. Game number 3. And leaves the 10 pin. Liberty Center now. That one comes in light. Ends up leaving the 1-2-10. Bryan gets 8. Ends up leaving the 2-4. And a strike for Patrick Henry on lane number 4. Michael picks up his spare. Patrick Henry now, lane number 4. And another strike for Patrick Henry, 2 in a row now. Bryan now, spare attempt, picks it up. Liberty Center picks up 2 out of the 3. That looks like Owen. Owen picks up the strike for Napoleon. Liberty Center gets 6, leaving the 1, 2, 8, and 10. Bryan gets 9, leaving the 4 pin. That's 9 for Patrick Henry, leaving the 10 pin. Riley's up now. And he gets 9, leaves a 4 pin. Liberty Center picks up 3 out of the 4. Bryan, their spare attempt. Covers up nicely, picks up the spare. Patrick Henry, their spare attempt. He's got it. Bryan getting 9, leaving a 6 pin. Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 6. Riley with a spare attempt here. Picks that up, nicely done. Bryan now, spare attempt. Looks like he got it. Liberty Center picks up 9, leaving a 6 pin. Patrick Henry picks up the strike on lane number 4. Ashton gets ready to bowl for the Wildcats. And he gets 8, leaving the 6-10. Bryan also leaving a 6-10 down on lane number 3. Strike for Patrick Henry on lane number 4. Oh, it looks like Ashton, it looks like the 6 pin fell, so he's just got the 6, or just got the 10. Misses the spare attempt though, so he'll end up with 9 for the frame. There's 9 for Liberty Center, leaving the 2 pin. A split for Patrick Henry, leaving the 4-6. Jacob also with a split, leaving the 4 and the 9. Bryan now down on lane 3. Big split for them, leaving the Greek Church 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. Patrick Henry picks up 1 out of the 2. Jacob now his spare attempt. And right between the middle. He'll end up with 8 for the 5th frame. Strike for Patrick Henry on the 7th frame. Bryan picks up 3 out of the 5. That's frame number 5 for the Bryan. Complete now in the 3rd Baker game. Liberty Center's got 9. First Michael, and he splits, also leaves the 4-9. Liberty Center, spare attempt, picks it up. Bryan getting 9, leaving a 5 pin. Patrick Henry, their first ball. Picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. Michael gets ready to shoot his spare. And just misses. He won't get any additional. That'll be 8 in the 6th frame. Bryan picks up the spare. Strike for Liberty Center on lane number 6. That's in the 7th frame. Patrick Henry, spare attempt. Picks it up. Owen picks up the strike in the 7th for the Wildcats. Brings up Riley next. Bryan gets 9, leaves a 7 pin. Liberty Center picks up 7, leaving the 2-4-5. Riley now prepared to bowl. And he gets 9, leaves a 4 pin. Patrick Henry now. Ends up getting 6, leaving the 1, 2, 4, and 8. Liberty Center picks up their spare. That's in the 8th frame. Bryan picks up their spare down on lane number 3. Riley Ayler's up now, his spare attempt. Bryan now ends up with 7, picking, or I'm sorry, 8, leaving the 3-6. Ashton gets a strike for Napoleon. Liberty Center misses their spare attempt. Bryan picks up their spare down on lane number 3. Patrick Henry picks up 1 out of 3, and they will finish with a 186 in the 3rd Baker game. Jacob gets 7, leaving the 1, 2, 4. Liberty Center, spare attempt. Picks it up, they'll get 1 more. Jacob now, his spare attempt. Picks it up, he'll get 1 more. Bryan now, his spare attempt. Chops picks up 1 more. Total of 8 for the frame in the 9th. Bryan now, 10th frame. Strike for him. And Jacob ends up with 7. Gives them a total of 161. And a strike for Liberty Center, and they will end up with 164. So the Wildcats give back a few there. Liberty Center still out in front, total pins. Bryan with a strike. That's 2 in the 10th now for him. All right, so the top 3 have not changed after the first 2 Baker games. Liberty Center still on top with 34-26. Napoleon is still in second, 34-12. Bryan still third, 31-39. Van Wert is behind 112 pins after the second Baker. Patrick Henry is in 5th, 146 pins back after the second Baker. Wauseon in 6th, 221 back. Ottawa-Glandorf, 224 back. Evergreen, 292 back of the cut line. Then Tinora, Delta, Swanton, and Lincoln View. So Liberty Center was up by 14 pins, and they will add another 3 to that, so they should be up by about 17 pins now. Michael starts out with 8, ends up leaving the 310 baby split. Strike for Liberty Center on lane number 5. Strike for Patrick Henry on lane number 3. And a split, the 510 for Bryan on lane number 4, picking up 8 on her first ball. Michael picks up his spare, nicely done. Liberty Center getting 9, leaving a 4-pin. This looks like Owen up now. And a strike for Napoleon in the second frame. 2 strikes in a row for Patrick Henry down on lane number 3. Their third bowler up to bowl. And he picks up 7, leaving the 3-6-10. Bryan picks up 1 out of 2 on their split attempt. That'll be 9 total in the first frame. Liberty Center picks up their spare on lane number 5. Riley's up for Napoleon, lane number 6. Swings that one out wide. Missed the head pin, ends up leaving the 1-7-8-9. Liberty Center got 9, leaving a 9 pin on lane number 5. It's in the third frame. Bryan picking up 9, leaving a 3-pin. Patrick Henry with another strike. Riley now, spare attempt. Picks it up. Nicely done. Bryan misses their spare attempt. They'll end up with 9 for the second frame. Ashton up. And a strike for Ashton. Liberty Center up now, lane number 5. And a strike for Liberty Center. Bryan misses the pocket, pulls that one, ends up leaving the 1, 3, and 5. Jacob up now. And he gets 7, leaving the 2, 4, 5. Patrick Henry picked up their spare just a moment ago, their 5th bowler. Liberty Center splits, leaving the 4, 6. Bryan now, with their spare attempt, picks it up. Nicely done. Patrick Henry with another strike down on lane number 3. Jacob now, spare attempt. That one looks like it swung out too wide. Yep, picked up 2 out of the 3. Bryan gets 9, leaving a 7-pin. Liberty Center picks up 1 out of the 2. Patrick Henry picking up 9. Michael picking up 8, splitting, leaving the 8-10. Bryan picks up their spare in the 4th frame of the 4th Baker game. Liberty Center with a strike, lane number 5. Bryan getting 8. Michael just missing the spare attempt. Picks up 1 out of 2. Liberty Center with a strike on lane number 5. Patrick Henry now, lane number 3. That splits, leaving the 2, 4, and 10. Owen with another strike for Napoleon. Bryan picking up their spare. Liberty Center with another strike. That makes 3 in a row now for them. Strikes in the 6th, 7th, and 8th frames of the 4th Baker game. Riley with a strike for the Napoleon Wildcats. 2 in a row now. Bryan picks up 9, leaving a 5 pin. Liberty Center up to bowl. And gets 9, leaving a 4 pin. Patrick Henry down on lane number 3. Ends up picking up 8, leaving the 6-10. Ashton with a nice strike there. 3 in a row now for Napoleon. Bryan picks up their spare on lane number 4. Liberty Center picks up their spare on lane number 5. Jacob Hull up now. 10th frame, 4th Baker game. Leaves a 7 pin, gets 9. Bryan getting 9, leaving a 2 pin. And a strike in the 10th for Liberty Center. Patrick Henry, spare attempt underway. Picks it up. Jacob picks up his spare. He'll get 1 more for the 10th. Bryan, spare attempt here. Lane number 4. Picks it up. Liberty Center picks up 8, leaves the 6-10. Patrick Henry with a strike to start the 10th frame. Jacob now, last ball, picks up the strike. And Napoleon finishes the 4th Baker game with a 196. And Liberty Center finishes with a 205, the 4th Baker game. So that moves them up a few more pins over Napoleon. Bryan picks up their spare in the 8th frame. Patrick Henry now. Last ball, 10th frame, picks up the spare. Finishes with a 168 for the 4th Baker game. Bryan with a strike in the 9th frame. Teams will switch lanes again. As soon as Bryan finishes, Patrick Henry and Bryan will switch as well. Bryan starting their 10th frame. Gets 8, leaves the 4-7. Liberty Center starts out game number 5 with a strike. Now Michael, game number 5, 1st frame. And 9, leaving a 10 pin. And another strike for Liberty Center. 2 in a row. Bryan picks up their spare. They'll get 1 more to finish out their fourth Baker game. Liberty Center, that one looks like it came in high, ends up leaving the 3-6. Michael now, spare attempt, picks that up. Bryan now, last ball, 10th frame. Picks up 8. It gives them a total of 168 for the fourth Baker game. Liberty Center ends up sparing in the third frame. Owen ends up picking up 7, leaving the 1-2-4. Liberty Center picking up 9, leaving the 7 pin. Owen now, spare attempt, lane number 5. He gets it. Nice pickup by Owen. Liberty Center now, their spare attempt. And he picks it up. Patrick Henry with a strike to start the fifth Baker game. Riley now up. And a strike from Riley. Liberty Center now picks up 8, leaving the 6-10 on lane number 6. Ashton up next for the Wildcats. Lane number 5. Trying to build on Riley's strike. And he picks up 7, leaving, or I'm sorry, 8, leaving the 3-6. Bryan ends up picking up 9 on their first ball, leaving the 6 pin. Patrick Henry with another strike, 2 in a row to start the fifth Baker game. Ashton now, spare attempt. He's got it. Bryan picks up their spare in the first frame. Liberty Center with a strike. That's frame number 7 or 6 for them. Jacob now up, frame 5 for Napoleon, fifth Baker game. And he ends up leaving the 2 and the 7. Patrick Henry picks up 8, leaving the 4-7. Another strike for Liberty Center. That's 2 in a row now, then the 6th and 7th frames. Bryan picks up the strike over on lane number 3. Patrick Henry getting ready to take aim at their spare attempt. Jacob picking up 1 out of 2 on his spare attempt. And a late messenger for the Liberty Center team takes out the 10 pin, drops it for a strike. Michael up for Napoleon. And he comes in light, leaves the 2-4-5. Liberty Center now, lane number 6. And a strike for Liberty Center. That's 4 in a row now for them. Bryan with 2 in a row in the 2nd and 3rd frames. Michael picks up his spare. Patrick Henry now picks up 7 in the first frame of, or yeah, first half of the, what is it, the 3rd frame, 4th frame. Bryan ends up splitting, leaving the 6, 7, and 10. Liberty Center leaving the 4-9 to start the 10th frame. Owen up now, spare attempt. Picked up 9 on this first ball. Shooting for the 10 pin. And misses it. Patrick Henry splits, leaving the 4, 6, and 7. Liberty Center won't get any additional, and they'll finish the 5th Baker game with a nice score of 219. Riley with a strike in the 8th frame for Napoleon. Patrick Henry picking up 2 out of the 3. Ashton Kiesling up now for Napoleon. Bryan picks up their spare down on lane 3. Ashton's ball's on the way. Picks up the strike. 2 in a row now for Napoleon. Patrick Henry picking up 9, leaving a 4 pin. Bryan with a strike down on lane 3. Jacob now. There's a strike for Jacob. Start out the 10th frame. Patrick Henry picks up the spare. That's their 6th frame, 5th Baker game. Bryan gets them all to drop for a strike on lane 3. Patrick Henry also adds a strike. Jacob up now, lane 5 for Napoleon. And he gets 9, leaves the 7 pin. Bryan now, 8th frame. And gets 8, leaves a 6-10. And Jacob picks up the spare, and Napoleon finishes with 191. Patrick Henry picks up a strike. That's 2 in a row in the 7th and 8th frames. So Liberty Center extends their lead just a bit more. All right, so the top 3 haven't changed. We've got Liberty Center with 37.95 total. Napoleon at 37.69. So they're about 26 pins back. Bryan at 34.75. And then you've got Van Wert at 33.90, 85 pins back at the cut line with 2 Bakers to go. Patrick Henry, 128 back with 33.47. Ottawa-Glandorf with 33.23. Then Wasion, Evergreen, Delta, Tinora, Swanton, and Lincoln View. All right, getting ready to start the 6th and final Baker game. Liberty Center puts up a spare in the 1st frame. Michael picks up the bucket for a spare. Liberty Center with a strike in the 2nd frame. Looks like we've got Owen up for Napoleon. And he gets the 7 to drop late. There's a strike for Napoleon. Patrick Henry finishes up the 5th Baker game with a 179. Bryan getting ready to roll the last ball in the 10th. Riley's up now for the Wildcats. Strike for Bryan to finish out the 5th Baker game. Riley picks up 7, leaving the 1, 2, and 4. So Bryan finishes with a 176 total. Liberty Center had an open frame, 6 and 2, total of 8. That's in the 3rd. Riley now, spare attempt, picks it up. So Bryan and Patrick Henry flip. Patrick Henry starts the 6th Baker game with a strike. Liberty Center picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. Ashton's up for Napoleon. Ashton gets them all to drop for a strike. Bryan starts the 1st frame of the 6th Baker with 7. Liberty Center picks up their spare on lane number 5. Another strike for Patrick Henry. 3 in a row now for them to start the 6th Baker game. And a strike for Jacob in the 5th frame. Liberty Center with 9, leaving a 7 pin. Patrick Henry with 8, leaving 3-6. Bryan getting ready to bowl the 1st ball in the 2nd frame. And a strike for Bryan. Liberty Center, spare attempt. Successful. Patrick Henry picked up their spare just a moment ago down on lane number 3. Michael up now. And a strike for Napoleon. 3 in a row now. Liberty Center ends up coming in light, leaving the 1, 2, and 10. Owen up now for Napoleon. Bryan ends up getting 6, leaving the 3, 6, 7, 10. Owen with another strike for Napoleon. That's 4 in a row now. Patrick Henry picks up their spare, picking up the 10 pin down on lane 3. Liberty Center won't get any additional pin count. Finishes the 6th frame with 7. Riley up now for Napoleon. And a strike for Riley. Extending the streak to 5 now. Liberty Center with 9, leaving the 3 pin. And a strike for Bryan down on lane number 4. That's in the 4th frame for them. Ashton now. Ends up getting 8, ends up leaving the 2, 5. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Patrick Henry getting 9 on their ball, leaving the 10 pin. And Ashton will pick up 1 out of 2 for a total of 9 for the frame. Liberty Center leaving a 3, 6, 10. Patrick Henry picks up their spare. Jacob now, lane number 6, strikes in the 10th. Liberty Center picks up their spare. That's the 8th frame for them. Bryan picked up 1 out of 2 on their split. Patrick Henry picks up 8. Bryan with a strike on lane number 4. Liberty Center, 9th frame. And it splits, leaving the 4, 6, 7, 10. And Jacob ends up getting 8, leaving the 4, 5. Bryan picking up 9, leaving a 10 pin. Patrick Henry picking up the spare. Jacob, last ball, picks it up. And they finish with a 226 in the last Baker game. Liberty Center picks up 7, ends up leaving the 2, 5, and 7. Bryan missed their spare attempt. And a spare attempt, and is successful for Liberty Center. Patrick Henry finishing up with a, looks like a 199 game for their last Baker. Liberty Center picks up a strike for the 10th and finishes with 150. It's going to be really close. Napoleon might have caught them at the last game. .226 to 150. That's a 76 pin swing. Bryan with a strike in the 9th frame. Bryan's final bowler stepping up to the line, getting ready to start the 10th frame. This is Baker game number 6. And a strike to start things off, 2 in a row. Strikes in the 9th and the 10th for Bryan. Bryan getting ready to bowl the second ball in the 10th frame. Picks up 9, it looks like, leaving a 10 pin. All right, Bryan bowler steps up to the line, gets ready for his final ball, 10th frame. Picks up the spare, and they finish the last Baker game with a 149. All right, so we'll take a few minutes here while the other teams are finishing up, and we'll give our scorekeepers a chance to tabulate the scores. As always, I want to thank everybody for joining us on the live stream and supporting the bowling program here at Napoleon. Enjoy being able to bring these to you. For those of you joining after the fact, I hope you enjoyed as well. Don't forget, we've got the girls sectional tournament coming up tomorrow, weather permitting. Getting started at 10 a.m. again. So it does look like at this point that Napoleon will be moving on to the district tournament. Those are being held, see, today is the 17th, so that would be the 25th on Friday at Interstate Lanes. I believe that's in Rossford, Ohio. It's up thereabouts anyway. Again, it'll be a 10 a.m. start time. Tune into the channel if you can't be with us. All right, once we get the score totals, just please stay with the channel. We'll have the announcement of the teams that are advancing on the districts. We'll have the individuals advancing on the districts, and I believe we'll also be announcing the top scorers for the day. So a little bit more housekeeping. At the conclusion of the tournament, we've got a few more teams that are working to finish up their last Baker game. So please be patient. I appreciate it. And we'll be back in a moment. All right. So I've got what should be the official scores, but we'll wait, wait for the announcements, but I'll give you guys a little heads up. Napoleon ends up going into the lead, finishing in first with 41.86. Liberty Center in second with 41.64. And then Bryan is in the third spot. So those are your three teams that are advancing to the state district final, or state districts, I should say.
Ours is a little bit earlier. We got a new one now, but it's got like 7 different kinds of colors that we never use. So that's why we have it. It takes forever. Yes. No, I'm with you. That was exactly what I was thinking.
All right, we got some final scores to report. Coaches, if you want a copy of the final standings, you can come to the counter. Don't rush the counter right now because we just want to announce these scores first. In 12th place with a 32-32 was Lincoln View.
Lincoln View, 12th place.
In 11th place with a 33-96 was Evergreen.
33.96, Evergreen.
In 10th place with a 33.97 was Swanton.
Swanton, 33.97.
9th place with a 34.38 Delta.
34.38, Delta in 9th place.
8th place with a 34.49 Tinora.
34.49, Tinora.
7th place with a 35.86 Wasion.
35.86, Wasion.
6th place with a 36.69 Ottawa-Glandorf.
36.69, Ottawa-Glandorf.
5th place with a 37.25 Patrick Henry.
37.25, Patrick Henry.
4th place with a 37.40 Van Wert.
37.40, Van Wert.
And now your top 3 teams advancing to districts next Thursday and Friday. The boys will be on Friday. In 3rd place with a 3800, Bryan.
Bryan with 3,800, finishing 60 pins ahead of Van Wert.
In 2nd place with a 4164, Liberty Center.
41.64, Liberty Center.
And in 1st place with a 4186, Napoleon.
And Napoleon, 41.86, 22 pins ahead of Liberty Center.
All right,
Finishes in
all
1st place.
scores. Top individual, Landon Amstutz had a 720.
720 for Landon Amstutz, Liberty Center.
Tim Blanton had a 673.
673 for Tim Blanton, also from Liberty Center.
Your first bowler making it out to districts as an individual, Justin Yeager from Ottawa-Glandorf.
Justin Yeager from Ottawa-Glandorf will qualify as an individual for districts.
4th place with a 647, Riley Ehlers.
Riley Ehlers from Napoleon finishes in 4th place.
5th place with a 632, Michael Gallagher.
Michael Gallagher, also from Napoleon, 632, finishes in 5th.
6th place, and the next individual advancing to districts next Friday. From Patrick Henry, Cyruss Wyss.
Cyruss Wyss from Patrick Henry advances as an individual.
Series. In 6th place also, Matt Mead with a 616.
Matthew Mead from Bryan, finishing tied for 6th.
In 7th place, from Napoleon, Jacob Hall with a 605.
Jacob Hall tied for 8th place.
And also with a 605, the last individual advancing to districts next week from Tinora, Isaiah Goliver.
Isaiah Goliver from Tinora advancing as an individual qualifier.
All right, coaches, again, we got the final results up here at the counter. If you'd like to grab a copy, and also I will be sending you a copy of the scoring file. Be careful going home, everybody.
All right. And those are your results for today's boys Division II state bowling, our sectional tournament. Again, I want to thank everybody for joining us, supporting our program. Boys will be moving on. The girls should be bowling tomorrow if the weather permits.
This is already
if we have trouble with ice or whatever and weather, the backup date for the girls will be on Monday. I believe that's the 21st. Also start time at 10 a.m. So keep an eye on the YouTube channel. I'll update the schedule accordingly. So thank you for everyone for joining us, and as always, go Wildcats.